Hello, welcome back, guys, with new video. Now we will talk about the financial management chapter 3 it's operating and financial leverage. One of the most important of the various financial decisions is how much leverage a firm should employ. A fundamental decision made by any business is the degree to which is incurred fixed costs. A fixed cost is that remains the same regardless of the levels of operations. As sales increase, fixed costs don't increase in the same proportion. Some fixed costs do not increase at all till a particular point. As a result, profits can rise faster during good times. On the other hand, during bad times, fixed costs don't decline, so profits fall more rapidly than sales do. The degree to which a firm lock itself into fixed costs is referred to as its leverage position. The more highly leveraged a firm, the riskier it's, it, it, it is because of the obligations related to fixed costs that must be met whether the firm is having a good year or not. At the same time, the more highly leveraged, the greater the profit during good times. This presents a classic problem of making a decision where there is a trade off between risk and return. There are two major types of leverage: financial and operating. Financial leverage is specifically the extent to firm which a firm gets its resources from borrowing as opposed to issuance of additional shares of equity. The greater the debt compared to equity, the more highly leveraged the firm because debt legally obligates the firm to interest payment. These interest payments represent a fixed cost. Operating leverage is concerned with the intent to which a firm commits itself to high levels of fixed costs other than interest payments. A firm that rents property using cancelable leases has less leverage than firms that commits itself to a long-term, non-cancelable lease does. A firm that has substantial vertical integration has created a highly leveraged situation. Consider what happens if a company vertically integrates by acquiring its raw material supplier. Raw materials will now cost the company less because it doesn't have to buy them from the, an outside firm. But when times are bad, the firm will have to bear the fixed costs associated with the supplier subsidiaries. Had there still been two separate companies, the big company could have simply slowed its purchases from raw material from supplier without having to borrow its fixed cost. In the case of both financial and operating leverage, the the, the crucial question is how much leverage is appropriate. We can't answer that question in absolute terms, but we will help you understand the topic. This understanding should make it simpler to make appropriate choice, choices or to understand what went into making the choices your firm has already made. Operating leverage. We will talk about another topic, operating leverage. While decisions about financing leverage is strictly the domain of the firm's highest level of management, operating leverage is an issue that directly affect the line managers of the firm. The level of operating leverage a firm selects should not be made without input from the managers directly involved in the production process. For example, one of the most significant operating leverage issues is the choice of technology levels. Selection of the highest level of technology available is not always in the best interest of the business. Suppose that we are opening a chain of copy centers. Each center will provide a full service operation. Customer can drop work off in the morning and pick it up later in the day or the week. The employees will do the actual photocopying. We are faced with the choices of renting a relatively sl- slow copy machine or the newest technology machine, which is considerable faster. The faster machine is also considerable more expensive to lease. It will generally be the case that newer technology has a higher fixed cost and lower variable cost than the older technology. Variable costs, costs are those that vary directly with volume. If we double the number of copies we made, we we double the amount of paper, printing, ink, toner, and labor time needed for making the copies. One of the one of the principal function of new technology is to reduce the variable cost of production. It may turn out that machine that can reduce the variable cost is more expensive to make and thus has a higher purchase or lease price than the older generation machine. However, even if it doesn't cost more like to make, its manufacturer will charge more to the new machine than for the older machine. Intu- intuitively, intuitively, the if the new machine is in some respect better than the old machine, that is lowers the variable cost without reducing quality and doesn't cost more to buy, then no one will buy the older machine. Thus, anytime we see two technology being sold side by side, such as slow and fast copy machines, we can expect the faster machine to have a higher rental fee or purchase price and therefore a higher fixed cost. Let's assume that we could lease the slower, older technology copy machine for rupees 10,000 per year, or a faster, newer technology copy machine for rupees 15,000 per year. Newer technology copy machine rupees 15,000 per month. Both produce photocopies of equal quality. Both use the same quantity of paper and ink toner, but the faster machine require less operating time. Therefore, the labor cost is much lower for the faster machine. As a result, the variable cost of copies on the slow machine is 30 paisa each, while the variable cost of copy from the fast machine is only 25 paisa each. Is the faster machine faster machine the better bet? That depends. Mm, Suppose we sell each copy for rupees for 50 paise. Then for each copy mm, we receive 50 paisa and spend extra 30 paisa or 25 paisa depending on our choice of machine for variable costs. The difference between the price and the variable cost is referred to as the contribution margin. This margin represents the amount of money available to be used to pay fixed cost and provide the firm with profit. If we use the slower machine, we receive 50 paisa and spend 30 paisa, leaving 20 paisa to be used toward paying the rent on the copy machine. If we sell through copies, will be enough individual contribution of 20 paisa a piece to pay for or pay the full rupees 10,000 per rent and leave some receipt for a profit. So in operating leverage, the decision boil, boils down to the production level that that we have or we anticipate, and on that basis we decide the amount of fixed cost that we are willing to bear. All this leads itself to break-even analysis or cost volume profit analysis that you have learned earlier. Now we will talk about another topic, financial leverage. After operating leverage, let's start our discussion of financial leverage with an example. Assume you were to buy a small building as piece of investment property. You buy the building of rupees 1 lakhs and pay the full amount in cash. Suppose that an year later you sell the building for rupees 1 lakh and 30,000. Your pre-tax profit is rupees 30,000. This is 30% pre-tax return on your original investment of rupees 1 lakhs. As an alternative to pay the full 1 lakh cash for the investment, you might have to put rupees 10,000 cash down and borrow rupees 90,000 from the bank at 50% interest. This time you sell the property for rupees 1 lakh and 30,000. You repay rupees 90,000 to the bank along with rupees 13,500 rupees. interest, right? So after deducting your original rupees 10,000 investment, rupees 16,500 is left as a pre-tax profit. This is a pre-tax return of X one 165% on your rupees 10,000 investment. Compare the 30% we calculated earlier to this rate of return of the rate of return of 165%. That is financial leverage for you. Note that we had a profit of rupees 30,000 without leverage, but only rupees 16,500 in the leveraged case. Although we earned a higher return, we had less profit. That's because in the unleveraged case we had invested rupees 1 lakh of our money, but in the leveraged case we had invested only rupees 10,000. If we have additional investment opportunity available to us, we could have invested our full rupees 1 lakh, borrowed rupees 9 lakh, and add pre-tax profit of 165,000 rupees. बरोबर? On the same investment that yields rupees 30,000 in the unleveraged situation. Financial leverage can not only increase your yield from investment but can also allow you to consider projects that are much larger than what would be feasible without borrowing. Suppose, however, the property were sold after 1 year for rupees 70,000 rather than rupees 130,000 on a 1 lakhs unleveraged investment. The loss would be rupees 30,000 before taxes. This would be a 30% loss on our original rupees 1 lakhs investment. Hmm. In the leveraged case, the loss will be in the leveraged case, the loss will be magnified we would have to repay the bank to repay the bank the the rupees 90,000 loan plus the one rupees 30,500 of interest. These payments total of rupees 1 lakh and 35 3,500, which is rupees double three five double zero, greater than the rupees 30,000 proceeds from the sale. Further, we have lost our initial rupees 10,000 investment. The total loss is rupees 43,000, 43 and 500,000, 43,500 rupees before taxes. On our initial investment of rupees 10,000, this constitutes a loss of 435%. That's financing leverage too. Let us put that into a table so as to see the effect of financial leverage more clearly. Original investment, you can see the here table. I will not discuss about this table more. We will go on the theory. We will focus on the theory. Clearly, when the firm is going to accept this level of leverage, it must decide if the 165% possible gain is worth the risk of 435 loss, 435% of loss. Whether it's or not depend on the likelihood of the increase in value versus the probability of a decline. Of course, it can accept a lower level of leverage, but still the interplay of debt and equity would be there. A study of its effects in both and good times and the bad times would be important. If the project really was a sure thing, leverage would certainly make sense, but projects are rarely sure things. Yes, yet managers should try to decide how confident they are of success of a project in way that confidence against implication for the firm if project does indeed fail. Not all managers rate the same project as being equally likely to succeed. Some managers feels a particular project is great, while others may not think as highly of it. Further, even if all managers agreed on how likely a project were to succeed, they make would not all make the same decision about financial leverage. Some managers and firms tend to be more adverse to risk than others. There are gamblers and conservatives. Usually, shareholders align themselves with a firm that they feel does things the way they want them done. A person depends on a steady level of income from share dividend might prefer to buy share of firm that shows leverage and prefer a steady if lesser income. A person looking for large potential appreciation in share price might prefer the share of firm that is highly leveraged. હમ 18,000 થઈ ગઈ 110. હવે છે ને how much financial leverage is enough? In practice, the leverage decision is based on the firm policy. Some firms raise almost their funds from issuing share to shareholders and from earning retained in the firm. Other firms borrow as much as they possibly can and raise additional money from shareholders only when they can no longer raise any additional money by borrowing. Most firms are somewhere in the middle. In the in the example that we discussed above, you didn't have to borrow rupees 90,000 or nothing. You could have chosen to borrow some amount in between the two. Likewise, Some firms maintain one-fourth as much debt as equity. Some firms equal amount of debt and equity, and some firms more debt than equity. The firm's top corporate manager and the board of directors make this decision generally. Projects manager evaluating the potential of individual projects do not make the decision of issuing share or borrowing money. Borrowing money. Debt or equity. In making a decision regarding whether additional funds should be raised from issuing debt or equity, there are several factors to be considered. The first rule of financial leverage is that it only pays to borrow if the interest rate is less than the rate of return on the money borrowed. If your firm can borrow money and invest it in high enough rate so that the loan can be repaid with interest and still leave some after tax profit for your shareholders. Then your shareholders have profited. They have made extra profit with no extra investment. This greatly magnifies the rate of return on the amount they invested. Why are lenders so generously allowing you to benefit at their expense? How can there be a system where a firm can increase profit to its shareholders without extra investment from them? The key is risk. The shareholders of your company don't increase their investment, but they do increase their risk. The lender may not reap all of the possible profits from the use of his money, but the lender does earn a contractually guaranteed rate of return. The lender gets back his money plus a set amount of interest. Whether we make a fortunate or lose our shirts. The amount that lenders let you borrow depends largely on your available collateral. Merely desiring to be highly leveraged doesn't guarantee that you can borrow enough to be highly leveraged because the lender isn't a partner if you are strike it rich. He doesn't want to be a partner if you go bankrupt. Assuming that if you have enough collateral, uh, collateral to borrow as much as you might want, what factors should you consider in trying to arrive at a responsible level of leverage? To be a great degree, your desired leverage position depends on the degree to which your sales and profit fluctuate. The greater the fluctuation in sales and profit, the less leverage you can afford. If your firm is stable, non-cylindrical, non-cyclical firms that makes money in good times and bad, then use of the debt helps to improve the rate of returns earned by the shareholders. If cyclical factors in your industry or the economy at large tend to cause of your business to have both both good good and bad years, then debt entails a greater risk. For example, the petrochemicals industry, with its huge capital requirement, has traditionally been highly leveraged. The results have been very large profit during the good years, but substantial losses during period when petrochemicals petrochemical prices falls. So, cyclical factors shouldn't scare companies away from having any debt at all. The key is to accumulate no more interest and principal repayment obligation that can reasonably be met in bad years as well as good. Ultimately, considering the variability of your profit stream, a decision must be made regarding the level of extra risk you are willing to take to achieve a higher potential rate of return on shareholders' investment. Now we will talk about the impact of financial leverage topic. Now we will talk about the impact of financial leverage. Financial leverage acts as a lever to magnify the influence of fluctuations. Any fluctuation in earning before interest and taxes EBIT is magnified on the earning per share EPS by operating of leverage. The greater the degree of leverage, the wider the variation in EPS given any change in EBIT. The following illustration would explain how leverage technique works. Illustration. Pramila company is capitalized with rupees 10 lakhs dividend in 1000 common shares of rupees 1000 each. The management wishes to raise another rupees 10 lakhs to finance a major program of expensive through one one of our possible financing plans. The management may finance the company with all. There are four sections, four topics, whatever you consider. All common stocks, rupees 5 lakhs in common stocks and rupees 5 lakhs in the debt at 5%, say 5% interest, or all debt at 6% interest, or rupees 5 lakhs in common stock and rupees 5 lakhs in preferred stock with 5 per dividend. The company's existing earning before interest and taxes EBIT amounted to rupees 1 lakh 1,20,000. Corporation tax is assumed to be 50%. The solution is that impact of financial leverage as observed earlier will be reflected in earning per share available to common shareholders. To calculate the EPS in each of the four alternatives, EBIT has to be first of well calculated. EBIT is less interest. There are some sections. Less interest, EBT, it, EBT, EBIT and EBT are different. Oh? Less taxes, at the rate 50%. EAT, preferred dividend, earning available to common stockholder, no number of equity shares, and EPS. You can see there are some section. I will show you for it 30 seconds. There are four more section. Proposal A, rupees 1,2,0,0,0. Proposal B, rupees 1,2,0,0,0. Proposal C, rupees 1,2,0,0,0. Proposal D, rupees 1,2,0,0,0. Thus, when EBIT is rupees 1,20,000, proposal B involving a total capitalization of 75% common stocks and 25% debt would be the most favorable with respect to earning per share. It may further be noted that proposition of common stock in the total capitalization is the same in the both and proposal band D, but EPS is altogether different because of induction of preferred stock. While preferred stock dividend is subject to taxes, whereas interest on debt is tax deductible expenditure resulting in variation in EPS in Proposal B and D. With a 50% tax rate, the explicit cost of preferred stock is twice of the cost of debt.
Eileen, girl corner.
We have so far assumed that the level of earning would remain the same even after the expansion of funds. Now assume that level of earnings before interest and taxes double the present level of and corresponds with increase in capitalization. Changes in earning per share to common stockholder under different alternative would be as follow. EBIT less interest, EBT less taxes at the rate 50%, EAT less preferred dividend, earning available to common stockholders, number of equity shares, EPS before additional issue. It is evident from illustration that increase in earning before interest and taxes is magnified on earnings per share where debt has been inducted. Thus in proposal band D, where debt compromises a portion of total capitalization, EPS would increase by more than twice the existing level, while in proposal A is improved exactly in proportion to in, increase the in the in increase in earning before interest and taxes. Since dividend in preferred stock is a fixed obligation and is less than the increase in earning. EPS in Proposal D also increase more than twice the rise in earning. Another important conclusion that could be drawn from the above illustration is that the larger the ratio of debt to equity, the greater the return to equity. Thus, in Proposal C, where debt represents 50% of the total capitalization, EPS is magnified three times over the existing level, while in Proposal B, where debt has furnished one third of the total funds, increase in EPS is little more than double the earlier level. This volatility of earning operates during construction of income as well as during an expansion. Likewise, financial leverage magnifies all all losses sustained by the company. Assume that the Reha company expects to sustain a toss of rupees 60,000 before investment and taxes. Loss per share under the different alternative would be, what is the illustration? Loss before interest and taxes. Now we will talk about the another. I will. We will neglect, ignore this figure, all this illustration, and now we will focus on the theory. Thus, loss per share is highest under alternative C, where proportion of debt is as high as 50% of the total capitalization, lowest in proposal, where leverage is zero. This is why the phrase financial leverage magnifies both profit and loss is very often quoted to explain magic of the financial leverage. Thus, the financial leverage is useful as long as the borrowed capital can be made to pay the company more than what it costs. costs. Naturally, it will become source of decrease in profit rates where it costs more than what it earns. To what extent debt capital should be used in order to improve earning of the company is a major financing problem facing a finance manager. It should be remembered here that the financial leverage offers financial advantages only up to a point. Beyond that point, debt financing may be detrimental to the company. For instance, as we expand the use of debt in our capital structure, lenders will perceive a greater financial risk for the company. For that reason, they may raise the average interest rate we pay in the and place certain restriction on the company. Furthermore, concerned equity stockholders may drive down the price of the stock, forcing the management away from the company's main objective of maximizing overall value of the company in market. Thus, before using a financial leverage as a technique of improving net earning of the company, its impacts on EPS must carefully weighted. A graphical presentation of financial plan. A financing plan that uh, consisted of rupees 40,000 of 5% bonds, 500 shares of rupees 4 preferred stocks, and 1,000 share of common stock was used to illustrate financial leverage in table 3.1. This financial plan can be illustrated graphically. Like all plan of this type, it, it can be plotted as straight line. This is because it's affected only by the deduction of certain fixed rupees quotes, costs, costs. Plotting to value of EBIT rupees 10,000 and rupees 40,000 and associated earning per rate of rupees 2 and rupees 4 gives us line in the figure 3.1. This line shows the earnings per share associated with each level of EBIT. It's interesting to note that the line intersects the EBIT axis at rupees 6,000. This, this value of EBIT represents the level at which the firm's earnings per share are equal to 0. These zero intercepts can be verified by looking at case 2 in table 3.1. At levels of EBIT below rupees 6,000, the firm would have negative EPS. This portion of the graph has not been included. The graphical illustration of different degrees of financial leverages, the type of graphical representation in 3.7 can be used and illustrate differences in financial leverage. Suppose we want to compare the financing plan in preceding example with an alternate plan. The alternate plan involves rupees 20,000 of 5% debt, 250 shares of rupees 4 preferred stock. X-axis represent EBIT in rupees, while the Y-axis represent the EPS in rupees. and 2000 shares of common stocks, the annual interest payment will be rupees 1000 and the annual preferred dividend payment will be rupees 1000 rupees share for per share multiplied by 250 share. In order to graph this plan, two sets of EBIT EPS coordinates are required. The EPS associated with EBIT value of rupees 10,000 and rupees 14,000 are calculated below. EBIT I EBT minus EBT minus T 50% minus P EPS EPS. 40% a 40% increase in the firm EBIT will result in a 56% increase in EPS. Applying equation 3.6 to this value yields plus 50% upon plus 40% is equal to 1.4. The value of 1.4 when compared to the financial leverage value of 2.5 calculated earlier indicates that this plan has a lower degree presented initially. Each of these plans is graphed in figure 3.8. The original plan first graphed in figure 3.1 is labeled plan A. The current plan is labeled plan B. X-axis and Y-axis are representing EBIT rupees and EBS rupees respectively. As figure 3.8 illustrates, the slope of plan A is steeper than then that of plan B. This indicates that plan A has more financial leverage than plan B. This result is as expected since the ratio of the change in EPS for a given change in EBIT is 2.5 for plan A and 1.4 for plan B. The higher this ratio is, the more leveraged a plan has. The reader should recognize from figure 3.8 that financing plans with higher degrees of leverage have steeper slopes when plotted on EBIT EPS axis. The point of intersection of each plan with EBIT axis represents the amount of earnings before interest and taxes necessary for the firm to cover its fixed financial charges. That is the point at which EPS is equal to 0. The point of intersection can be thought of a financial break-even point since it represents the level of EBIT necessary for the firm to break even on its fixed financial charges. The break-even EBIT for plan A is rupees 6,000 and for plan B is rupees 3,000. In other words, earnings before interest and taxes of less than rupees 6,000 with plan A is less than rupees 3,000 with plan B will result in a loss or negative EPS. The point labeled X in figure 3.2 represents the point of intersection between Plan A, Plan A loss or negative EPS, and Plan B. The point labeled accent represents the point of intersection between Plan A loss or negative EPS and Plan B. It indicates that a level of EBIT of rupees 9,000, EPS of rupees 1.50 would result under either plan. At levels of EBIT below rupees 9,000, B results in higher levels of EPS, while at levels of EBIT above rupees 9,900. 9,000. Plan A. Plan A results in higher level of EPS. The usefulness of this type of analysis is discussed in chapter on capital structure while discussing method of evaluating financial plan financing plans. Now we will talk about the combined leverage and another one, no, the different topic, combined leverage. The operating leverage has its effects on operating risk and is measured by the percentage changes in EBIT due to percentage changes in change in sales. The financial leverage has its effects on financial risk and is measured by the percentage change in EPS due to percentage change in EBIT. Since both these leverages are closely concerned with ascertaining, ascertaining the ability to cover fixed charges, fixed operating costs in the case of operating leverages, and fixed financing cost in the case of financial leverage. If they are combined, the result is total leverage and the risk associated with combined leverage is known as total risk. Symbolically, DCL is equal to DOL x DOL x by DFL, where DFL is equal to degree of financial leverage, DCL is equal to degree of combined leverage, and DOL is equal to degree of operating leverage. Substituting the values of DOL and DFL, we have percentage changes in EBIT upon percentage change in sales. By percentage change in EPS and percentage change in EBIT. DCL is equal to percentage change in EBIT upon percentage change in sales. DCL is equal to contribution upon EBIT by EBIT upon EBIT minus 1 uh, by contribution upon EBIT minus 1. Thus, the DCL measures the percentage changes in EPS due to percentage changes in sales. If the degree of operating leverage of a firm is 6 and its financial leverage is 2.5, the combined leverage of this firm would be 15. 6 by 2.5, 6 multiplied by 2.5, that is 1% change in sales would bring about 15% change in EPS in the direction of the change in sales. The combined leverage can work in either direction. It will be favorable if sales increased and unfavorable when sales decrease because changes in sales will result in more than proportionate return in the form of EPS. The usefulness of DCL lies in the fact that it indicates the effect that sales changes will have on EPS. It, its potential is also great in the area of choosing financial plans for new investments. If, for example, a firm begin to invest heavily in more risky assets than usual, the operating leverage will obviously increase. If it does not change its financing policy, that is, the capital structure remains constant, there would be no change in its financial leverage. As a result, the combined leverages would increase, causing an increase in its total risk. The firm, in order to keep its risk constant, may like to lower its financial leverage. This could be done if the new investment investment are financed with more equity than the firm has used in the last past. This would lower the financial leverage and compensate for the increased operating leverage caused by investment in more risky investment. If the operating leverage has decreased due to low fixed cost, the firm can afford to have a more levered financial plan to keep the total risk constant at the same time having the same prospects of magnifying effects on EPS due to the change in sales. Solved problems. So we will talk about some, you know, some sums. Yes, some evaluations. The first question is that B Corporation is considering a new project which will require the purchase of a new machine at the cost of 2,50,000. The project will also require use of machine which has been fully depreciated but which could be sold today for 30,000. In addition, the firm expects in an increase in net working capital investment of 60,000 in the first year of the project. What is the incremental net investment at the outset of this project? How much of this incremental net investment will the firm be able to depreciate? depreciate? The, the solution is that the incremental investment includes both the cash required to purchase the new machine and the after tax disposal value of the old machine. which is calculated as follow. Gain on sale is equal to market value minus book value is equal to 3000 30,000 minus 0 is equal to 30,000. Taxes on gain is equal to gain tax rate is equal to 30,000 multiplied by 0.40 is equal to 12,000. Thus, the firm's incremental investment flows are cost of new machine is equal to 2,50,000. Increase in net working capital is equal to 60,000. Market value of old machine is equal to uh, minus 30,000. Tax on gain of sale of old machine is equal to 12,000. 30,000 and 12,000, right? The addition of this all this one is that incremental investment outlay is that 2,92,000. The firm depreciable value for tax purposes will be only the 250 lakhs 2,50,000 cost of the new machine. The new machine. If the old machine had remaining book value, the incremental tax basis would be reduced by the loss of this book value. Now we will go on the second question is that the stupid company is considering project requiring the purchase of new machine costing rupees 2 lakhs. The machine will be depreciated on a straight line. Basis or its economic life of 5 years. The project, however, has only 3 years life and the machine will be sold after 3 years for an estimated of estimated rupees 30,000. In addition, the firm will be able to recover rupees 6,000 of working capital investment. What the question is that what is the after tax cash flow in 3 years from the sales of this machine and the recovery of the working capital investment. Assume that the firm's marginal tax rate is 40%. The solution is that the net cash flow in the final year are after tax cash flows, including the cash effect of any asset sales. Note that there is no tax effects on a recovery of working capital investment, since the recovery involves the collection of accounts receivable receivable and the sale of inventory, which has no tax effects other than those represented by revenues and expenses. The solution: the net cash flow in the final year are after tax cash flows, including the tax effects of any asset sale. Note that there is no tax effects on the recovery of working capital investment, since the recovery involves the collection of accounts receivable and the sale of inventory, which has no tax effects other than those represented by revenues and expenses. Gain or loss on asset sale is equal to market value of assets 30,000 less book value of assets is 80,000. Loss of sale assets is the addition of these two number. 30,000 plus 80,000 is uh, 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 loss of sales assets is equal to 50,000. Calculating year 3 after tax cash flow. Taxes saved due to loss on sales. 50 multiplied by 0.40 is equal to 20,000. Decreases in working capital investment 6,000. Net after net after tax cash flow in 3 years is equal to 56,000. The following figures related to the third one is the following figure are related to two companies. Private company P Limited and Q Limited, right? Rupees in lakhs. Sales, variable cost, contribution, fixed costs, interest, profit tax. Before you can see the in the this figure. You are required to first one to calculate the operating, financial, and combined leverage for the two companies, and the second thing to uh, required to comment on the relative risk position of them. Solution is that calculation of leverage. Operating leverage is equal to contribution on upon earning before and interest tax. P limited is equal to rupees 33 rupees 300 lakhs and upon rupees 50 to 1 150 lakhs. Eh, The result is equal to the 2. Q limited rupees 7,700 lakhs and upon by rupees 300 lakhs is equal to 2.33. Financial leverage is equal to earning before interest and tax. Earning before interest and tax, profit before tax. P limit is equal to rupees 150 lakhs and upon rupees 100 lakhs is equal to 1.5. Q limit is equal to rupees 300 lakhs upon up to 200 lakhs is equal to 1.5. Combined leverage is equal to contribution on upon earning before tax. Operating leverage multiplied by financial leverage. P limit is equal to rupees 3 lakh is equal to rupees 300 lakhs upon rupees 100 lakhs is equal to 3. Q limit is equal to rupees 700 lakhs by rupees 200 lakhs is equal to 3.5. Comment on this relative risk position of P limited and Q limited. A. Operating leverage. The operating leverage of Q limited is higher than the P limited. Hence Q limited is exposed to higher business risk than P limited. A firm will face business risk when the EBIT does not vary in direct proportion with the change in sales. B. Financial leverage. The financial leverage of both the companies is same like 1.5. C. Combined leverage. When we study the overall risk of the companies is carrying higher risk than P limited. Fourth one is to find the fourth question is that find the operating leverage from the following data. Sales is equal to rupees 50,000. Variable cost is equal to 60%. Fixed cost is equal to 12,000. So what we have to find is that find the financial leverage of the following data. Net worth rupees 25 lakhs. Debt your debt over equity. Debt to, debt by equity ratio is 3/1. Interest rate is equal to 12%. So what's the solution? Solution is that first one, calculating of operating level range. Particular sales less variable cost 60% of sale. Contribution less fixed cost. Operating profits. 50,000, 30,000, 20,000, 12,000 and 8,000. Operating leverage is equal to contribution by operating profit. Rupees 12, 20, rupees 20,000 by 8,000 is equal to 2.5. Second thing is calculation of financial leverage. Working notes. Calculation of debt and interest thereon. debt is equal to rupees 25 lakhs by multiply by 3 is equal to rupees 75 lakhs. B. Interest on debt is equal to rupees 75 lakhs by multiply by 12 by 12 upon 100 is equal to the 90 uh, 9 lakhs rupees. Operating profit is equal to 20 lakhs. Less less interest on debt is equal to 9 lakhs. Profit before tax is equal to 11 lakhs. Financial leverage is equal to operating profit upon profit before tax. So it will be 20 lakhs upon rupees 20 lakhs upon rupees 11 lakhs is equal to 1.82. 82. 1.82. Answer is 1.82. The fifth and last question of this chapter is that calculate the operating leverages, financial leverage and combined leverage from the following data under situation 1 uh, and 2 and financial plan A and B. The installed capacity is equal to 400 unit. Actual production and sales is equal to 75% of the capacity. Selling price is equal to rupees 30 per unit. Variable cost is equal to rupees 15 per unit. Fix the cost under situation 1 is equal to rupees 50,000. Under section 2 is equal to 20,000. Capital structure in rupees is that financing plan A and B, equity 10,000, 15,000, debt rate of interest at 20 is equal to 10,500. So total is that 20,000 and 20,000 both sides. Solution is that solution 1. Calculation of operating leverages. Operating leverages is equal to contribution upon operating profit. Situation 1, situation 2. Sales is equal to 90,000, 90,000 both side. Less variable cost 300 unit at the rate of rupees 30 per unit. 45,000, 45,000 both side. Contribution 45,000, 45,000. Less fixed cost is equal to 50,000 and 20,000. Operating profit EBT is equal to is that 30,000, 25,000. Operating leverage is equal to rupees 45,000 upon rupees 30,000 is equal to 1.5 rupees 45,000 upon rupees 25,000 is equal to 1.8. The second solution is that calculation of financial leverages. Leverage. Financial leverage is equal to operating profit upon profit before tax. Financial plan A and B. Situation 1, 30,000, 30,000. Operating profit less interest on debt is equal to 12, 2,000, 1,000. Profit before tax is that PBT is profit before tax. PBT is 28,000, 29,000. Financial leverage is equal to rupees 30,000 upon rupees 29,000 is equal to 1.07, and other side is that 1.04. Financial plan A and B. financial plan A and B. Financial plan A and B. Situation 1, situation 2 is equal to 25,000, 20,000 both side. Operational profit is equal to 2,000 and 1,000. Less interest on debt is equal to 23,000, 24,000. PBT is equal to PBT. Now we will talk about the PBT. Profit before tax. Financial leverage is equal to rupees 25,000 upon report 23,000 is equal to 1.0 now. And financial plan for financial plan B, rupees 25,000 upon rupees 24,000 is equal to rupees is equal to 1.04. Third solution of this sum is that calculation of combined leverages. Combined leverages is equal to operating leverage multiplied by financial leverage. Financial leverage A and B. So situation 1, we have two situations in financial plan, situation 1 and situation 2. For A, situation 1 under A, 1.5 multiplied by 1.7. Find B, 1.5 multiplied by 1.4. 1.8 by 1 multiplied by 1.09. And for B, 1.8 multiplied by 1.04. So solution is that 1.96 and for plan A, financial plan A, solution is 1.96 and for financial plan B, the solution is that 1.87. So thank you very much for watching whole video, and this is chapter is this chapter. Chapter 3, Operating and Financial Leverage. One of the most important of the various financial decisions is how much leverage a firm should employ. A fundamental decision made by any business is the degree to which it occurs, fixed cost, A fixed cost is one that remains the same regardless of the level of operations. As sales increase, fixed costs don't increase in the same proportion. Some fixed costs do not increase at all till a particular point. As a result, profits can rise faster during good times. On the other hand, during bad times, fixed costs don't decline, so profits fall more rapidly than sales do. The degree to which a firm locks itself into fixed cost is referred to as its leverage position. The more highly leveraged a firm, the riskier it's because of obligations related to fixed cost that must be met whether a firm is having a good year or not. At the same time, more highly leveraged, the greater the profit during good times. This presents a classic problem of making a decision where there is a trade off between risk and return. There are two major types of leverage: financial and operating. Financial leverage is specifically the index to which a firm gets its cash resources from borrowing as opposite to issuance of additional shares of equity. Hello friend, welcome back to my my this YouTube channel, and now we will talk about the financial management chapter 4, capital capital budgeting, right? Now we will talk about capital budgeting, meaning, importance, rationale of capital budgeting, nature of investment decision, the administrative framework, method of appraisal, capital rationing, implementation, and capital budgeting. Capital budgeting under risk and uncertainty. Meaning, importance, and rationale of capital budgeting. A firm conducts its business in a rapidly changing and highly competitive environment. The changing environment poses both opportunity and threats for a company. For example, change in government policy may cause change in prices of input and output. Demand and supply of product or service. Similarly, technology change may cause the production cost change. Also, the cash flows and outflows cannot be ascertained with accuracy. Therefore, evaluation of investment projects under uncertainty and risk become important. Charac- Characteristically, the capital budgeting decision involves largely irreversible commitment of resources that is generally subject to a significant degree of risk. Such decisions have far reaching effect on a company's profitability and flexibility over the long term, thus requiring that they be part of carefully developed strategy that is based on a reliable forecasting procedures. Now we will talk about the capital budgeting. Capital budgeting may be defined as the decision making process by which firms evaluate the purchase of major fixed assets, including buildings, machinery, and equipment. It also covers decision to acquire other firms. Either through the purchase of their common stock or group of assets that can be used to conduct an ongoing business. Capital budgeting describes the firm's formal planning process for acquisition and investment of capital and result in a capital budget, that is the firm's formal plan for the expenditure of money to purchase the assets. A capital budgeting decision is a two-sided process. First, the analyst must evaluate a proposed project to calculate the likely or unexpected return from the project. This calculation generally begins with expenditure of the project's service life and a stream of cash flowing into the firm or the life of the project. The calculation of expected return may be done by two methods. A internal rate of return or B net present value. These two methods are discussed later in this unit. The second side of a capital budgeting decision is to determine the required return from the project. We may calculate the likely return to be 12%, but the question is whether this is good enough for the proposal to be accepted. In order to determine whether the return is adequate, the analyst must evaluate the degree of risk in the project and then must calculate the required return for the given risk level. Two techniques may be used to perform this analysis. The weighted average cost of capital is used when the new proposal is assumed to have the same degree of of risk as the firm's existing activities. The capital asset must asset pricing model is used if the risk in the project is viewed as different from the firm's current risk level. Capital budgeting is important for the future well-being of the firm. It's also a complex, conceptually difficult topic. We shall see later in this chapter. The optimum capital budget, the level of investment that maximizes the present value of the firm, is stimulously determined by the interaction of supply and demand forces under the condition of uncertainty. Supply force refers to the supply of capital. The firm over its cost of capital schedule. Demand forces relate to the investmental opportunity open to the firm, as measured by stream of revenues that will result from an investment decision. Uncertainty enters the decision because it's impossible to know exactly either a cost of capital or the stream of revenue that will be derived project derived from a project. Mm, Significance of capital budgeting. A number of factors combine to make capital budgeting perhaps the most important decision with which financial management is involved. Further, departments of full production, marketing, and so on are vitally affected by the capital budgeting decision. So all executives, no matter what their primary responsibility, must be aware of how capital budgeting decisions are made. These points are discussed in this section. Long term effects. Now we will talk about the long term effects. First and foremost, the, the fact that the result continue over an expanded period means that the decision maker loses some of his flexibility. He must make a commitment into the future. For example, the purchase of an assets with an economic life of 10 years requires a long period of waiting before the final result of the action can be known. The decision maker must commit funds for this period, and thus he becomes a hostage of future events. Asset expansion is fundamentally related to expected future sales. A decision to buy or construct a fixed asset that is expected to last 5 years involves in implicit 5 year sales forecast. Indeed, the economic life of purchased assets represent an implicit forecast for the duration of the economic life of the assets. Hence, failure to forecast accurately will result in over investment or under investment in fixed assets. An erroneous forecast of asset requirement can result in serious consequences. consequences. If the firm has invested too much in assets, it will incur unnecessarily heavy expenses. If it, if it has not spent enough on fixed assets, two serious problems may arise. First, the firm's equipment may be not sufficiently modern to enable to the produce competitively. Second, if it has inadequate capacity, it may lose a portion of its share of the market to rival firms. To regain lost customer typically requires heavy selling expenses, price reduction, product improvement, and so forth. timing the availability of capital assets. Another problem is to phase properly the availability of capital assets in order to have them come on stream at the correct time. For example, the executive vice president of a decorative tile company gave the authors an illustration of the importance of capital budgeting. His firm tried to operate near capacity most of the time. For about 4 years, there had been intermittent sprint in the demand of its product. When these sprints occurred, the firm had to turn orders. After a sharp increase in demand, the firm would add capacity by renting an additional building, then purchasing the installing the appropriate equipment. It would take 6 to 8 months to have the additional capacity ready. At this point, the company frequently found that there was no demand for its increased output to other firms had already expanded their operations. and had taken an increased share of the market, with the result that demands for this firm had leveled off. If the firm had properly forecast demand and had planned an increase in capacity 6 months or 1 year in advance, it would have been able to maintain its market and to obtain a larger share of the market. Now we will talk about the quality of capital assets. Good capital budgeting will also improve the timing of assets acquisition and quality of assets purchased. At this point, if the firm of, of the firm had properly forecast demand and had planned its increase in capacity 6 months or 1 year in advance, it would have been able to maintain its market indeed to obtain a larger share of the market. Quality of capital assets. Good capital budgeting will also improve the timing of assets acquisition and the quality of assets purchased. This situation follow, follows from the nature of capital goods and therefore producers. Firms, firms do not order capital goods until they see that sales are beginning to press on capacity. Such occasions occur simultaneously for many firms when the heavy order come in. The producers of capital goods go from a situation of idle capacity to one where they cannot meet all the orders that they have been placed. Consequently, large अरे ना गारो काम करो. Now we will talk about good capital, quality of capital assets. Good capital budgeting will also improve the timing of assets acquisition and the quality of assets purchased. This situation follows from the nature of capital goods and their producers. Firms do not order capital goods until they see that sales are beginning to press on capacity. Such occasions occur simultaneously for many firms When the heavy order come in, the producers of capital goods go from a situation of idle capacity. Who are the author, Kadik? Consequently, large backlogs. Consequently, large backlogs accumulate. Since the production of capital goods involves a relative, relatively long work in process period, a year or more waiting may be involved before the additional capital goods are available. This factor has obvious implications for purchasing agents and plant managers. Raising funds. Another reason for the importance of capital budgeting is that asset expansion typically involves substantial expenditures before a firm spends a larger amount of money. It must make the proper plan. Large amount of funds are not available automatically. A firm contemplating major capital expenditure program may need to arrange its financials several years in advance to be sure of having the funds required for the expansion. Raising funds. Another reason for the importance of capital budgeting is that assets expansion typically involves substantial expenditure before a firm spends a larger amount of money. It must make the proper plan. Large amount of funds are not available automatically. A firm contemplating major capital expenditure program may need to arrange its financial several years in advance to be sure of having the funds required for the expansion. Now we will talk about the ability to complete. Finally, it has been said with a great deal of trust that many firms fail not because they have too much capital equipment but because they have too little. While the conservative approach of having a small amount of capital equipment may be appropriate at times. Such an approach may be, may be fatal if, if a firm's competitors install modern automated equipment that permits them to produce a better product and sell it at a lower price. The same thing also holds true of nations. If United States firm fail to modern, modernize but those of the other nation do, then the US will not be able to compete in other in world market. Thus an understanding of business investment behavior and of factors that motivate firms to undertake investment program is is vital for congressional leaders and other involved in governmental policy making. Application to the concept at the applied level, the capital budgeting process is much more complex than what it looks. Projects do not just appear. A continuing stream of good investment opportunity results from hard thinking, careful planning, and often large outlays for research and development. Moreover, Some very difficult measurements problems are involved. The sales and cost associated with particular project must be estimated. Frequently, many years into the future, in the face of great uncertainty, finally some difficult conceptual and empirical problem arise or the methods of calculating rate of return and the cost of capital. Businessmen are required to take action. However, in the even in the face of the kinds of problem described, this requirement has led to the development of procedures that assists in making optimal investment decisions. Difficulties in capital budgeting. While capital expenditure decisions are extremely important, they also pose difficulties which stem from three principal sources: measurement problems, identify and measuring the cost, cost and benefit of capital expenditure proposal tends to be difficult. This is more this is more so when a capital expenditure has a bearing on some other activities of firm, like cutting into the sales of some existing product, or has some intangible consequences like improving and the morale of workers. Uncertainty uncertainty. A capital expenditure decision involves costs and benefits that extend far into future. It's impossible to predict exactly what will happen in future. Hence, there is usually a great deal of uncertainty characterizing the cost and benefit of the capital expenditure decision. Temporal spread, the cost and benefit associated with capital expenditure decision are spread out over a long period of time, usually year for industrial project and 20 years for infrastructural projects. Such as temporal spread creates some problem in estimating discount rates and establishing equivalence. We will talk about the project classification. Project analysis entails time and effort. The cost incurred in this exercise must be justified by the benefit from it. Certain projects, given their complexity and magnitude, may warrant a detailed analysis, while others may call for a relatively simple analysis. Hence, firm normally classifies projects into difficult categories. Each category is then analyzed somewhat differently. While the system of classification may vary from one firm to another, the following categories are found in most classifications. The first one is mandatory investment and second one is replacement joint. Third one is expansion project. Fourth one is diversification project. Fifth one is research and development project. Sixth one is miscellaneous projects. Mandatory investment, these are expenditure required to comply with statutory requirements. Examples of such investment are pollution control equipment, medical dispensary, firefighting equipment, CLR 5 CSE in factory premises, and so on. There are often non-revenue producing investment. In analyzing such investment, the focus is mainly on finding the most cost-effective way of fulfilling a given statutory need. Replacement projects firms routinely invest in equipment that means to meant to replace obsolete and inefficient equipment. Even though they may be in a serviceable condition. The objective of such investment is to reduce cost of labor, raw material and power. Increase yield and improve quality. Replacement project can be evaluated in a fairly straightforward manner. Though at times the analysis may be quite detailed. Expansion projects. These investments are meant to increase capacity and or widen the distribution network. Such investments call for an explicit forecast of growth. Since this can be risky and complex, expansion projects normally warrant more careful analysis than replacement projects Decisions relating to such projects are taken by the top management. Diversification projects. These investments are aimed at producing new products or services or entirely new geographical areas. Often diversification projects entail substantial risks, involve large outlays, and require considerable managerial efforts and attention. Given their strategic importance, such projects call for a very thorough evaluation, both quantitative and qualitative. Further, they require a significant improvement involvement of the board of directors. Research and development projects. The R&D projects absorbed a very small proportion of capital budget in most Indian companies. Things, however, are changing. Companies are now allocating more funds to R&D projects, more so in knowledge intensive industries. R&D projects are characterized by numerous uncertainties and typically involves sequential decision making. Hence, the standard DCF analysis is not applicable to them. Such projects are decided on the basis of managerial judgment. Firms which rely more on quantitative methods use decision tree analysis and option analysis to evaluate R&D projects. Miscellaneous projects. This is a catch all round category for include items like interior decoration, recreational facilities, landscape gardens, executive aircrafts, and so on. There is no standard approach for evaluating these projects, and decisions regarding them are based on personal preference of top management. Now we will talk about the rational underlying the capital budgeting decision is efficiency. Thus, a firm must replace worn and obsolete plant and machineries, acquire fixed assets for current and new product, and make strategic investment decisions. This will enable the firm to achieve its objective of maximizing profits either by way of increased revenues or cost reduction. The quality of these decisions is improved by capital budgeting. Capital budgeting decision can be of two types. First one, those which expand revenues and those which reduce costs. Investment decision affecting revenue. Now we will talk about investment decision affecting revenue. Such investment decisions are expected to bring in additional revenue, thereby raising the size of firm's total revenue. They can be result of either expansion of present operation or the development of new product lines. Both type of investment decision involve acquisition of new fixed asset and are income expansionary expansionary in nature in the case of manufacture firm manufacturing firms. Investment decision ratio. Now we will talk about investment decision reducing cost. Such decision by reducing costs, costs add to earning of firm. A classical example of such investment decision is the replacement proposal when an asset wears out or becomes outdated. The firm must decide whether to continue with the existing assets or replace them. The firm evaluates the benefits from the new machine in terms of lower operating cost and the outlay that would be needed to replace the machine. An expenditure on a new machine may be quite justifiable in the light of the total cost saving then result. A fundamental difference between the above two categories of investment decision lies in the fact that cost reduction investment decisions are subject to less uncertainty in comparison to the revenue affecting investment decision. This is so because of the firm has a better feel for potential cost savings as it can examine past production and cost data. However, it is difficult to precisely estimate the revenue and cost resulting from a new product line. particularly when the firm knows relatively little about the same. Now we will talk about the nature of investment decision. Nature of investment decision. Typical example of capital budgeting decision are expansion projects, replacement projects, selection among alternatives, and buy or less lease decisions. Good capital budgeting decisions based on sound investment appraisals procedures should improve the timing of capital acquisition as well as the quality of capital acquisition. Investment in expansion or modernization is one of the main source of economic growth since it's required not only to increase the total capital stock of equipment and buildings but also to employ labor in increasingly productive jobs as old plant is replaced by new. Now we will talk about another topic, administrative framework. Successful administration of capital investment by a company involves generation of investment proposals, estimation of cash flow for the proposals, evaluation of cash flow, selection of project based upon an acceptance criterion, continual re-evaluation of investment project after their acceptance. Depending upon the firm involved, investment proposal can emanate from various sources. For purposes of analysis, projects may be classified into one of the five categories. First one, new product or expansion of existing products. Replacement of equipment or buildings. Research and development. Explorations. And fifth one is others. The fifth category compromises miscellaneous items such as expenditure expenditure of funds to comply with certain health standards of the acquisition of a pollution control device. For a new product, the proposal usually originates in the marketing department. On the other hand, a proposal to replace a piece of equipment with a more sophisticated model sophisticated model usually emanates from the production area of firm. In each in in each case, efficient administrative procedures are needed for channelizing in. Most firms screen proposal at multiple levels of authority. For a proposal originating in the production area, the hierarchy of authority hierarchy of authority might run from first one is section section chief to second thing to plant managers to third thing is the vice president of the operation to fourth one is to capital expenditure committee under the finance manager to fifth one is to the president to sixth thing to the board of directors. How high a proposal must go before it's financially approved usually depends upon its size. The greater the capital outlay, the greater the number of screens usually required. Plant manager may be able to approve moderate sized project on their own, but only higher levels of authority approve larger ones. Because the administrative procedures for screening investment proposals vary greatly from firm to firm. It's not possible to generalize. The best procedure will depend upon the circumstances. The level and type of capital expenditure appears to be important to investors as they convey information about the expected future growth of earnings. John J. McConnell and Chris J. Mastery must carefully test this notion with respect to the level of expenditure of a company. They find that an increase in capital expenditure in intentions relative to prior expenditures result in increased stock returns around the time of the announcement, and vice versa for an expected decrease. Investment idea. Investment idea. Who generates? Now we will talk about the another one topic is that investment idea. Who generates? Investment opportunities have to be identified or created. They do not occur automatically. Investment proposal of various types may originate at different levels within a firm. Most proposals in the nature of cost reduction or replacement or in process or product improvement take place at plant level. The contribution of top management in generating investment idea is generally confined to expansion or diversification projects. The proposals may originate systematically or systematically or haphazardly in a firm. The proposal for adding a new product may emanate from marketing department or from the plant manager who think of a better way of utilizing idle capacity. Suggestions for replacing an old machine or improving the production techniques may arise at the factory level. In view of the fact that enough investment proposals should be generated to employ the firm's fund fully, well, and efficiently. A systematic procedure for generating proposals may be involved by firm. In a number of Indian companies, more than 50% of the investment ideas are generated at the plant level. The contribution of the board in an idea generation is relatively insignificant. However, some companies depend on the board for certain investment ideas. Other companies depend on research center for investment ideas. Is the investment idea generation primarily a bottom-up process in India, in United Kingdom? Both bottom-up as well as top-down processes exist. The Indian practice is more like that in USA. Pitti and Scott's study 1981 showed that project initiation was a bottom-up process in USA, with about 82% of investment proposals coming from divisional management and plant personnel. 5. However, it's to be noted that the small number of ideas generated at the top may represent at a high percentage in terms of investment value. So that what looks to be an entirely bottom-up process may not be really so. Indian companies use a variety of methods to encourage idea generation. The most common method used are a management sponsored study for project identification. B. Formal suggestion schemes. C. Consulting advice. More companies use a combination of methods. The offer of financial incentives for generating investment idea is not a popular practice. Other efforts employed by companies in searching investment ideas are review of researches done in the country or abroad. B. Conducting market survey. And C. Deputing executive to international trade fairs for identifying new product technology. Once the investment proposal have been identified, they could be submitted for scrutiny, scrutiny anytime. However, some companies do specify a submission time. Now we will talk about the another topic, developing cash flow estimation. Estimation of cash flow is a difficult task because the future is uncertain. Operating managers, with the help of finance executives, should develop the cash flow estimates. The risk associated with cash flows cash now should also be properly handled and should be taken into account in the decision process. Estimation of cash now requires collection and analysis of all qualitative and quantitative data. Both financial and non-financial in nature. Large companies would have a management information system providing such data. Executives in practice do not always have clarity about estimating cash flows. A large number of companies do not include additional working capital while estimating the investment project cash flows. Although the companies claim to estimate cash flow on incremental basis, some of them make no adjustment for sale proceeds of existing assets while computing the project initial cost. Most Indian companies choose an arbitrary period of 5 to or 10 years for forecasting cash flows. This was because companies in India largely depended on government owned financial institutions for financing their projects. and these institutions require 5 to 10 years forecast of the project cash flow. Now we will talk about evaluation. The evaluation of projects should be performed by a group of experts who have no R to grind. For example, the production period. For example, the production people may be generally interested in having the most modern type. The production people may be generally interested in having the most modern type of equipment and increased production even if productivity is expected to be low and good cannot be sold. This attitude can bias their estimates of cash nows of a proposed projects. Similarly, marketing executive may be too optimistic about the sales prospect of goods manufactured and overestimate the benefit of a proposed new product. It is therefore necessary to ensure that an uh, impartial group synchronizes project and that objectivity is maintained in the evaluation process. A company in practice should take all care in selecting a methods of investment evaluation. The criterion or criteria selected should be a true measure of evaluating if the investment is profitable in terms of cash flow, and it should lead to the net increase in the company's wealth. That is, its benefits should exceed its cost adjusted for time value and risk. It's also be seen that the evaluation criteria do not discriminate between the investment proposals. They should be capable of ranking projects correctly in terms of probability. The net present value method is theoretically the most desirable criterion as it's a true measure of probability. It generally ranks projects correctly and it consistent with the wealth maximization criterion. In practice, however, manager choice may be governed by other practical considerations also. A formal financial evaluation of proposed capital expenditures has become a common practice among companies in India. A number of companies have a formal financial evaluation of almost three-fourths of their investment rejects. Most companies subject more than 50% of the project to some kind of formal evaluations. However, projects such as replacement or worn out equipment, welfare and statutorily required project below certain limits. Small value item like office equipment or furniture replacement of assets in intermediate requirements, etc., are not often formally evaluated. Method of evaluation. As regard use of the evaluation method, most Indian companies use payback criterion. In addition to payback or the other methods, some companies also use internal rate of return IRR or net preserve NPV method. As few companies use accounting rate of return ARR method. IRR is the second most popular technique in India. The major reason for DCF techniques not being as popular as payback is the lack of fami- the major reason for DCF techniques not being as popular as payback is the lack of familiarity with DCF on the part of executives. Other factors are lack of technical people and sometimes unwillingness of top management to use the DCF technique. One large manufacturing and marketing organization, for example, thinks that conditions of its business are such that the DCF techniques are not needed by business condition. The company perhaps means its marketing nature and its products being and sellers market. Another company feels that replacement projects are very frequent in the company and therefore it's not necessary to use DCF technique for such projects. The practice of companies in India regarding the use of evaluation criteria is similar to that in USA. Study by Charles Sundam and Selznick Prek 1978 showed that whereas 86% of the firms used either the internet rate of return or net present value model, only 60% used such discounting techniques without using the payback period or average rate of return method. The tendency of US firms to use new techniques as supplementary tools has also been reported in other studies. However, firms in USA have come to depend increasingly on the DCF techniques, particularly IRR. According to Rockley study 1973X, the British companies use both DCF technique and return on capital, sometimes in combination and sometimes solely. In their investments evaluation, the use of payback is wide spread. A recent study by Pike shows that the use of the DCF method has significantly increased in UK in 1992 and NPV is more popular than IRR. However, this increase has not reduced the importance of the traditional methods such as paybacks and return on investment. Payback continues to be employed by almost all companies. One significant difference between practices in India and USA is that payback is used in India as a primary method and IRR NPV as secondary method, while it's just a reverse in USA. Indian manager feel that playback is a conven- convenient method of communicating an investment desirability, and it best protects the recovery of capital as car commodity in the developing country. Cut off rate. In implementation of sophisticated evaluation system, the use of a minimum required rate of return is necessary. The required rate of return or the opportunity cost of capital should be based on the richness of cash flow of investment proposal. It's a compensation to investor for bearing the risk in supplying capital even for finance investment proposals. Not all companies in India specify the minimum acceptable rate of return. Some of them compute the weighted average cost of capital WACC as the discount rate. WACC is defined either as after-tax cost of debt x weight plus after-tax cost of equity x weight. cost of equity is taken as 25% a judgmental member in weights are in proportion to the source of capital used by a specific project. Second thing is that after tax cost of borrowing plus dividend rate multiplied by equity dividend by total capital. Business executives in India are becoming increasingly aware of the importance of the cost of capital, but they perhaps lack clarity among them about its computation. Arbitrary judgment of management also seems to play a role in the assessment of the cost of capital. But they perhaps lack clarity among them about its computation. Arbitrary judgment of management also seems to play a role in assessment of, of the cost of capital. The fallacious tendency of equating borrowing rate with minimum rate of return also persists in the case of some companies. In USA, a little more than 50% companies have been found using WACC as cutoff rate. In UK, only 14% firms were found to attempt any calculation of the cost of capital. As in USA and UK, companies in India have a tendency to equate the minimum rate with interest rate or cost of specific source of finance. The phenomenon of depending on management judgment for the assessment of the cost of capital is prevalent as much in USA and UK as in India. Now we will talk about another topic, recognition of risk. The assessment of risk is an important aspect of investment evaluation. In theory, a number of techniques are suggested to handle risk. Some of them, such as computer simulation technique, are not only quite involved but are also expensive to use. How do companies handle risk in practice? Companies in India consider the following as the four most important contributors of investment risk: selling price, product demand, technological changes, and government policies. India is fast changing from sellers market to buyers market as competition in intensifying in a large number of products. Hence, uncertainty of selling price and product demand are being realized as important risk factors. Uncertain government policies in areas such as custom and excise duty as import policy. Of course, a continuous source of investment risk in developing countries like India. Sensitivity analysis and conservative forecast are two equally important and widely used methods of handling investment risk in India. Each of these techniques is used by a number of Indian companies with other methods, while many other companies use either sensitivity analysis or conservative forecast with other methods. Some companies also use shorter payback and inflated discount rates, risk adjusted adjusted discount rates. In USA, US for risk adjusted discount rate is used by 90% companies while only 10% use payback and sensitivity analysis. This is also confirmed by another US study by Patty and Scott 1981. In Rockley survey of British companies, only one firm out of 69 used sensitivity analysis. The contrast in risk evaluation practices in India on the one hand and USA and UK on the other are sharp and significant. Given the complex nature of risk factors in developing countries, risk evaluation cannot be handled through a single number such as NPV calculation based on conservative forecast or risk adjusted discount rate. Managers must know the impact or project profitability of the full range of crucial critical variables. Very critical variables. Hasti, an American businessman, strongly advocated the use of sensitivity analysis for risk handling and cast doubt on the survey result in USA. The contrast risk the contrast in risk evaluation in practice in India on the On the one hand, and USA and UK on the other are sharp and significant. Given the complex nature of risk factor in developing countries, risk evaluation cannot be handled through a single number such as NPV calculation based on conservative forecast or risk adjusted discount rate. Manager must know the impact on project profitability of the full range of critical variables. Asti, an American businessman, strongly advocates the use of sensitivity analysis for risk handling. And cast doubt on, on the survey result in USA. He states there he states there appear appear to be more corporations using sensitivity analysis than survey indicates. In some cases, firms may not know that know that what they are undertaking is called sensitivity analysis. And it probably is not in the sophisticated the computer oriented sense. Typically analyst or middle manager eliminate the alternative assumptions and solution in order to simplify the decision making process for higher management. Capital rationing. Now we will talk about another topic, capital rationing.
Yeah, what who I mean that બધે. Yeah.
Indian companies by and large do not have to reject profitable investment opportunities for lack of funds. Despite the capital market is not being so well developed. This may be due to the existence of the government-owned financial system, which is always ready to finance profitable projects. Indian companies do not use any mathematical techniques to allocate resources under capital shortage, which makes sometimes arise on account of internally imposed restriction or management reluctance to raise capital from outside. Priorities for allocating resources are determined by management based on the strategic need for the profitability of project. Now we will talk about another topic, authorization. It may not be feasible in practice to specify standard administrative procedure for approving investment proposals. Screening and selection procedures may differ from one company to another. When large sums of capital expenditures are involved, the authority for final approval may rest with top management. The approval authority may be delegated for certain type of investment project. Delegation may be affected subject to the amount of outlay. Pres- Prescribing the selection criteria and holding the authorized person accountable for results. Funds are appropriated for capital expenditures after the final selection of investment proposals. The formal plan for appropriation of funds is called capital budget. Generally, the senior management tightly controls the capital expenditures. Budgetary controls may be rigidly exercised, particularly when a company is facing liquidity problem. The expected expenditure should become a part of the annual capital budget, integrated with overall budgetary system. Top management should ensure that funds are spent in accordance with appropriation made in the capital budget. Funds for the purpose of project implementation should be spent only after seeking formal permission from the financial manager or any other authorized person. In India, as is in UK the power to commit a company to specific capital expenditure to examine proposal is limited to few top corporate officials. However, the duties of processing the examination and evaluation of proposals are somewhat spread through the corporate management staff in case of few companies. Senior management tightly control capital spending. Budgetary control is also exercised rigidly. The expected capital expenditure proposals invariably become a part of the annual capital budget in all companies. Some companies also have formal long range plans. Plan covering a period of 3 to 5 years. Some companies feel that long range plans have a significant influence on the evolution in funding the capital expenditure proposals. qualitative factor and judgment. In theory, the use of sophisticated technique is emphasized since they maximize value to shareholder. In practice, however, companies, although tending to shift to the formal methods of evaluation. Give considerable importance to qualitative factors. Most companies in India are guided one time or other by three qualitative factors: urgency, strategy, and environment. All companies think that urgency is the most important consideration, while a large number thinks that strategy play a significant role. Some companies also consider intuition, security, and social consideration as important qualitative factors. Qualitative factors like employee morale and safety, investor and customer image or companies in USA consider legal matter importance in investment analysis. Due to the significance of quality, qualitative factors, judgment seems to play an important role. Some typical response of companies about the role of judgments are the opportunity and constraint of selecting a project. Its evaluation of qualitative and quantitative factor in the weighted on every bit of pros and cons, cost benefit analysis, etc. are essential elements of judgment. Thus, it's inevitable for any management decision. Judgment and intuition should definitely be used when a decision of choice has to be made between two or more closely beneficial projects, or when it involves changing the long-term strategy of the company for routine methods. Liquidity and profit should be preferred or judgment. Vision of judgment of the future plays an important role. Factors like market potential, possibility of technology change, trend of government policy, etc. which are judgmental play important role. It plays a very important role in determining the reliability of figures with the help of qualitative methods as well as other non-financial methods affecting the project. We feel that what businessmen call intuition or simply judgment is in fact informed judgment based on experience. A firm growing in a favorable economic environment will be able to identify profitable opportunity without making NPV or IRR competition. Businessmen often act more intelligently than they talk. Now we will talk about another topic, strategic aspect of investment decision. Recently, a lot of emphasis has been placed on the view that a business firm facing a complex and changing environment will benefit immensely in terms of improved quality of decision making, If capital budgeting decisions are taken in the context of its overall strategy. This approach provides the decision maker with a central theme or a big picture to keep in mind that all time as guidance for effectively allocating corporate financial resources. Is argued by a chief financial officer allocating resources to investment without a sound concept of a divisional and corporate strategy is a lot like throwing dart in the in a dark room. A businessman argues as follows: we have erred too long by excreting the, im- the improvement in decision making that might result from the adoption of DCF or other refined evolution in technique. What is needed are approximate answers to the precise problems rather than precise answer to the approximate problems. There is a little value in defining an analysis that does not consider tier most appropriate alternative and does not utilize sound management should spend its time improving the quality of assumptions and assuring that all the strategic questions have been asked rather than implementing and using more refined evolution technique. In fact, a close linkage between capital expenditure, at least measured ones, and strategic positioning exists, which has led some searchers to conclude that the set of companies referred to as capital budgeting is a task for general management rather than financial analysts. Some research empirical works imply support to practitioner concern for strategic consideration in capital expenditure planning and control. It is therefore It is therefore be my myopic point of view to ignore strategic dimension or to assume that they are separable from the problem of efficient resource allocation addressed by capital budgeting theory. Most companies in India consider strategy as an important factor in investment evaluation. What are the specific experiences of the companies in India in this regard? Example of six companies showing how they defined their corporate strategy are given as follows. To have moderate growth for saving taxes and to set up plant for forwarding and backward integration. To remain market leader by highest quality and remunerative prices. This company undertook the production of a new range of product which was marginally profitable for competitive reasons. Our strategy is to low, diversify and expand in related fields of technology. Only any project which is within the strategy and satisfied profitability yardsticks is accepted. This company found a low profit chemical production proposal acceptable since it came within its technological capabilities. To take up new project for expansion in the fields which are closer to present project or technology. This company rejected a profitable project or of deep sea fishing and shipbuilding. While it accepted a marginally profitable project of paint system. Since it was very close to its current heat transfer technology. Strategy involves analysis of the company present position, nature of its relationship with environmental forces, company's evaluation of company's strong and weak points. To stay in industrial intermediate and capital goods line, and in the process to achieve threefold profit in real term over a 5-year period. This company rejected a highly profitable project of manufacturing mopeds since it was a consumer durable and accepted a marginal project. One more example is that of an Indian subsidiary of giant multinational that looks for projects in high technology priority sector. This company even sold one of its profitable non-priority sector division to a sister concern to maintain a high-tech priority sector profit. Strategic management has emerged as a systematic approach in properly positioning companies in the complex environment by balancing multiple objectives. Strategic management has emerged as a systematic approach in properly positioning companies in the complex environment by multiple objectives, balancing multiple objectives. In practice, therefore, a comprehensive capital expenditure planning and control system will not simply focus on profitability as assumed by modern finance theory, but also on growth, competition, balance of product, total risk diversification, and managerial capability. There are umpteen examples in the developing countries like India, where profitable ventures are not divested even by the private sector companies because of their desirability from the point of view of consumer and employees. In particular, and and society in general. Such considerations are not at all less important than probability, since the ultimate legitimating and survival of companies, and certainly that of management, hinge on them. One must one must appreciate the dynamic of complex forces influencing resource allocation in practice. It's not simply the use of the most refined DCF technique. Certain other practical considerations are as follow. Apart from the probability of the project, other features like its project's critical utility in the production of the main product, strategic importance of capturing the new product first, adapting to the changing market environments, have a definite bearing on investment decision. Technological developments plays critical role in guiding investment decisions. Government policies and concessions also have a bearing on this. Investment in production equipment is given top priority among the existing product and the new projects. Investment in production equipment is given top priority among the existing product and the new project. Capital investment for expansion in existing lines where market potential is proven is given first priority. Capital investment in new project is given the next priority. Capital investment for buildings, furniture, cars, office equipment, etc. is done on the basis of availability of funds and intermediate needs. These statements reinforce the need for strategic framework for problem solving under complexities and the relevance of strategic consideration in investment planning. It also implies that resource allocation is not simply a matter of choosing the most profitable new project. What is being stressed is that the strategic framework provides a higher level screening and integrating perspective to the whole system of capital expenditure planning and control. One strategic question have been answered. Investment proposals may be subject to DCF evaluation. Now the chapter capital budgeting, the last topic of capital budgeting is that capital budgeting decision making levels. What capital budgeting decision making levels? For planning and control purposes, three level of decision making. For planning and control purposes, three levels of decision making have been identified. Administrative, operating, and strategic. Capital budgeting could be categorized into these three levels. Operating capital budgeting may includes routine minor expenditures such as an office equipment and lower level management can easily handle it. Strategic capital budgeting involves large investments such as acquisition of new business or expansion in a new line of business. Strategic investments are unique and unstructured, and they cast a significant influence on the direction of the business. Top management before therefore generally handles such investment. The last thing is that administrative capital budgeting falls in between these two levels. It it involves medium-sized investments such as expenditure on expansion of existing line of business. Administrative capital budgeting decisions are semi-structured structured in nature and can be handled by middle management. The last paragraph of this capital budgeting chapter is that keeping in view that the different decision making levels capital expenditure could be classified in a such way which would reflect appropriate managerial effort to be placed in planning and controlling them. One useful classification: strategic project, second expansion in the new line of business, expansion in the existing line of business, general replacement projects, statutory required and welfare projects. Further, each of these categories could be sub-classified according to funds required by the projects. Thank you very much for listening the whole chapter and under I tried my best to explain you. So guys, please like, comment, share and subscribe. Thank you for watching again.